Runner Bean, hey dude, hope you're well. I am well. Had to fix my, I woke up to the sound of my, what's this thing? The water, the sub pump, the hose came off because the hose outside froze. So I had to make some adjustments to that and put everything back together. Luckily, I didn't have to run out to the store for anything. That was my morning. Got some sewer water in my face. So that's what I woke up to. Oh damn! First the fuse box and now the pump. You got cut out. You got your work cut out for you. Ah, the fuse box. Did I say I had an issue with the fuse box? I'm forgetting what you're referencing, but probably. What? Nice. Oh yeah, no, that was a wire that ate its way through the side of the furnace. But there was a fuse that blew out in there too. But drawing looks fantastic as usual. Appreciate that. But yeah, the hose outside froze because it got to -5, and yeah. Oh, hello, friend. It has been a minute, hasn't it? I mean, weren't you here yesterday? Imperial Fist Chaplain? I think it's been a minute. I feel like we just talked yesterday. Nice. Hope you finish your Tau paint job. It'll eventually get finished. I'm just kind of being slow about it. Because I want to not... You know, after drawing 5 hours a day, I'm just like, yeah, I'll kind of wait. Let that kind of rest and kind of come back to it. I'm trying to do an average of 1 hour a day, which is going to take forever. But, you know, I'm not trying to overly stress about that. But I will do, I'm thinking like once a week. Actually, let me write that down. Yesterday was we did the paint. I'm gonna write down so that way I can keep track of I'll have to organize that later. But yeah, that's gonna be a while. There's so many units to paint that I'm not super worried about. I don't want to burn myself out. I'm just gonna crawl and creep my way to finishing it. Future Oil says, "What's up, Holmes? What's up, Holmes Killer? Hey, what's up, man? How's your night?" I think honestly, I think heating your basement is kind of a waste of time. I had the like what's the guy? I had the maintenance guy here, and he was like, you know, you can like open this hatch up. It's like you want to put some heat in your basement in the winter and stuff, which is true. You do want some airflow in there. And he's like, well, you know, heat rises, so it's like you don't really waste it, but it really feels like you waste it because like the amount that it's on when that hatch is open down there, like that main one that goes to your basement, compared to like when it's 80% closed, I feel like it's way less efficient. Like in terms of like how often, because like it just gets cold up here, and then it has to, you know, that heat does rise, but it's like it dissipates too. It dissipates, bruh. They gave us yesterday and today off from work. Well, that's good. Oh, Guinea Gomez, thank you for the cat. Thank you for the cat emoji. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, my hose came off of the... I woke up because, like, the hose came off of the sub pump because the hose froze and it created too much pressure, back pressure, or I don't know if it's pressure or back pressure in the hose, and it came off of the unit. So that was my morning, is getting like sewer water in my eye, and not super duper fun, but it's fixed now. I just realized that hose, you really can't make it really too long. It'll just freeze. So I'm gonna have to. I know I can probably wrap it in some foam. Feels so unnatural not to work on a Friday. Yeah, I have the opposite experience. I haven't worked a Friday in a year now. Like like real work. I mean, I work, but yeah. I'm kind of now waiting for next month. I'm gonna continue my paint Imperial Fist, so I'm buying. Oh, you're gonna buy more Imperial Fist? Where were you messing? It froze. It froze outside. The hose froze outside, and it made the hose downstairs come off of the unit, if that makes sense. So I had to cut it to shorten it up. I'm buying Chaplain Razorback transport vehicles. 2 of them, then Heavy Bolters, squad 2 of them with Tech Marine. Is Imperial Fists, is that a specific, like, are you saying, is that like certain models are Imperial Fists, or are you just like, just painting them yellow makes them Imperial Fists? Because I know, like, you can, like, with the Marines, there's different chapters, and you can just say, like, these are Ultramarines, these are Blood, whatever, Ravens, I forget. But, what was the Blood one? The Blood Ravens, I think. Well, you get what I'm saying. It's like, are you saying that the Imperial Fist, are they like specific units that you buy? Or is it like you just get to say that they are with the paint job you're putting on them? Sorry, I missed. Why is your hose going to the basement? You know how your sub pump has a hose coming out of it? Because I don't have the... Yeah, Blood Angel. Yeah, Blood Angels. You know how... Like, I guess there should be a... I can do a, I should go buy piping. Like, your sub pump has piping, usually, that goes outside, and then I guess you attach a hose to it. But right now I'm not... I'm just running a hose from the unit to the outside. And I got, like... I got a duct tape, and I got a brick on it, and things of that nature. I do think, and so that's sort of where I'm at right now with all that. And yeah, so if the hose freezes outside, obviously that water can't get out, and I hope that covers what you're asking. But yeah. In Codex, there's a lot of units you can, but you have only limit on your character, like Imperial Fist. Now got some love, and we have Terminator with shield and giant hammer. His name is Lysander. Because aren't the space wolves or whatever, the gray wolves or whatever, aren't they actually different models? They actually look like Viking looking models. You know? Man, I'm slowly gonna get more into it. Once I get the army done for my friend, I'm going to, you know, just slowly save up units and things of that nature, and they are a bit different. They are on tabletop better in melee combat, but I like being tanky with giant talk less and lots of shooting. They are on tabletop and a better are on better in melee combat, but I like being tanky with giant toughness and lots of shooting. I think it'd be cool to paint like that. You know what I mean? I think I'd be into painting a squad of the Space Wolves or whatever they're called, the I don't think I'd be interested in that. But I still got my Imperial Guard, and you know, I still got plenty of models to like slowly paint and. Future Oil 45 stream streak. What the? Nice. Very cool. Thank you, thank you. If you wanna be melee, choose Dark Angels. You should like the vibe. I gotta go by the color scheme. Or I like the Viking-y looking guy. I like the Space Marines with the fur. With the fur. The whole club's looking at her. But yeah, like I don't know. I gotta go by the vibes, you know. But I mean, the dark ones sound cool. You know what I mean? That might fit my vibe, but right now, like I said, I really enjoy. I like the Imperial Guard. Maybe I'll pick up those the Krieg Marines or whatever they're called. Not Krieg Marines, but like those the variation where they have like the gas masks and stuff like that. Kind of dudes like that looks pretty interesting. You know, I don't know. I like that vibe, you know. But the likelihood that I'll play is very low because I'm not like super motivated to get out there and find anybody to play with. I literally just want to put them on shelves and just have armies displayed. That's really all I'm looking for out of the experience. So. Let me look up her costume. I don't remember what she looked. I'm not gonna like really copy it verbatim. Let's, Wonderland. Yeah, she has like an apron kind of thing, at least in this one. Dark Angels on Melee are beasts. They are only faction that have a really good looking Terminators with those shields and giant swords. Noise. I see. Yeah, I kind of gotta, you know, I gotta go by the look and stuff. That's kind of how I just honestly, I'm probably just gonna walk into our local gaming shop and see what I like, pick it up, paint it, and put it on there. That's kind of how I decide. I don't really have like a great ideological thing around factions. I will probably never build a full army. Like that'll never happen. I just buy them, I paint them, I put them on shelves. It's like that old school vibe with those helmets. The artist Jackson is rating with a party of 4. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Let's do a shout out really quick. Let me do a shout out. That artist Jackson. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream, man. If you wanna drop your socials in the chat. They see us raiding. Holla, man. Oh yeah. Nice. Hello, Commander. Introduced you to me. Yes, hi. Hello, Commander. Oh, nice. Comrade. Just a comrade. Stream and art was good. Nice. Yeah, if you want to put your social, what'd you guys draw? What'd you guys work on? Yeah, if you want to put your Insta in there. We're just over here, just kind of drawing Alice into Wonderland. I was doing some character work based on one of my old illustration. That's gotta be fun. Redrawing, which we did like years ago, just to kind of see where you're at. That's interesting. Yeah, I can't think of like, I guess I got some re-emerging themes, but I've never like really done that consciously on purpose. That kind of thing. But maybe I should do it. I just kind of draw, I guess, certain kind of creatures that are like very similar, and in that way they're comparable, but I haven't gone back and redrawn something specific like that. Asking you that artist Jackson if I can. Yeah. Go ahead. Actually, let me give you a follow. I'll give you a follow. Oh, yee would be maybe better. Let me click on that. Check that out really quick. Oh, nice. I like it a lot. I like the style. I like the like the heavy outlines kind of style. Is good. Is good. I like it. I gave you a follow. No pressure. But yeah, awesome. Thank you. I like the style. My father is at the door. Be right back. Nice. I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. I think I said this too many times, but your level of concentration always fascinates me. A lot of times I'll zone out. A lot of times I'm just zoning out. It seems like I'm concentrating, but whenever like the rendering phase starts, when you're just kind of like refining the look of something, it's kind of more relaxing, and it's not so much like this hyper focused state. I guess it is like a certain kind of focus, but it's not really. I think it's a little bit more chill. I'm back. Cool drawings. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm a drawing enjoyer. I enjoy sitting here and drawing, so. Sometimes I say kind of interesting things, which is good. Mostly I just draw weird stuff and talk about. I dig it a lot. Thank you. I think this cat I like a lot. I think this cat is coming out pretty good. I don't normally draw cats, but. Oh, I bought Hail to the game Hail to the Rainbow came out last night, and it's very good. I liked it a lot. It gave me kind of a headache though. That game has like puzzles that aren't, I would say, bordering on not intuitive, and I myself am waiting for Blood of Dawnwalker. Mortal Shell 2. Oh wow, I've never heard of Mortal Shell 2. I feel like I don't think I've heard of I don't think I've heard of either one of those games. But yeah, there's a couple games like that I've been patiently waiting for. I like the retro futuristic dystopian robot kind of stuff. If you ever played the original Industria game, the Hail to the Rainbow is like very much like that. It's got that kind of vibe to it. Uh, it's one of the better horror games I've played. Even the dream sequences, which I usually hate in video games, are very good. It's got like this VHS kind of like blurry thing going on, and it makes everything look hyper realistic. Um, I think the guy made it in Unity, which is interesting. I thought it would be on Unreal Engine, but I'm gonna replay the beginning part of it. That game is like, it has a lot of new like controls and stuff. I'm gonna keep replaying the beginning part of it just to kind of like settle into the mechanics. It's very it's headache inducing when you're like learning a lot of new mechanics and stuff, and the puzzles themselves are like kind of like you have to listen to what you're being told and read, or you can very easily end up in the situation where you're like I'll give you an example. One of the puzzles in the demo was the homework on your desk. It was a math problem, and then that math problem was the code you needed to use to open the door, which are in no, I think, very unintuitive, and like in no way is that related to like, why would your homework hold the answer to the door? Like, that would be the code to the door, right? So I think a lot of the puzzles are like that, where it's like there's no way that there's no connection between those 2 points, like logically. So you don't know you never like really know what you're looking for, or like what weird contraption is gonna like be the answer. So that's kind of annoying. Other than that, the vibe of the world and like the sort of aesthetic of the Soviet Union, but being like more technologically advanced, is interesting. Yeah, Mortal Shell is a game made by an indie studio, 12 people I think, Russians. Dawn Walker is by devs who worked on Witcher games. They left CD Projekt Red. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, that'll be good. There's some good stuff. I think the Hail to the Rainbow was made by. I think the guy's name is like Sergey. I forget what his other name is. His last name is Sergey something. And yeah, there's some good little gems coming out of there. You know, in like Stalker 2, which I never played the Stalker games because like just wasn't like in my sort of periphery at the time. But I hear they're good. Indies are the future. I'll list them. All three sound really good. Um, I think so. I think with indies you can kind of take risks still, and honestly, a lot of the if you play like I've been playing the like I said the game the Hail to the Rainbow, it's way more interesting than any AAA game I've played in a while. Like it's actually like the cutscenes, in-game cutscenes and stuff, the dream sequences. It's like I haven't seen anything that profound for like from a AAA studio for like a part of it is that they can afford to take risks, but part of it is just like you can't get the studio. All they'll do is end up buying out one of these franchises, and then they slowly, slowly ruin it. Like that's all they can do. They have Soul. Yeah, the first iteration will have Soul. Then it gets bought out by a giant studio, and then it turns into like a nightmare scenario. Not all of not all of course, but still, yeah. There's some good gems, and then it's consumed and corrupted. Like all things, yeah. That's generally the cycle. It's very hard. Even Blizzard. Even Blizzard, I think it just matters like what people you have in there. Honestly, I think that's what it just comes down to. Blizzard, they put like the Bobby Kotick, not to name names, but Bobby Kotick in charge of Blizzard, and it just like it just became like a sort of a hollowed, burnt out husk. Like they took the soul out of it's really strange. Like Blizzard used to be such an iconic figure, and now it's just like this like gross husk of its it's like this shadow still limping around, but and as long as Gabe Newell's around, we'll have Steam forever. He just can never retire. We just can never let him retire. Thank God that's not a public company. Blizzard started as an indie. Wasn't Troy Baker the one that full of himself? Wasn't Troy? I don't know who that is. I'm sure there's a lot of personalities like that. It's just you got to keep the right people in there, and man, it's unfortunate, but I felt it around. I think like to me, I felt the soul really left around Diablo 3. Like you could really feel that game was being. You could really feel like that game was being sort of made for a phone conversion game. The way it played, I'm like, this is not. I could tell back then. I'm like, this is not a real PC game. It's not. It's not like Path of Exile 2. I knew. I'm like, this is straight. This is straight to phone kind of microtransaction hell kind of convert, and then they made Diablo Immortal. I felt it from the very beginning. I'm like, this is not a real Diablo game. This is a, you know, yeah, just it felt nothing like it. It had no soul like Diablo 2 did. And then Path of Exile proved it that you can make a 3D game that feels like Diablo 2. You know, so they could have done it. It's totally they had the talent and the artist. They just didn't. Wasn't Troy Baker? Oh wait, I'm mistaken. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know all the names of everyone, but the reason why lots of people love PoE. Yeah, that game is amazing. I don't play it that hard. I'm still on my first character because they added content. Like I'm trying to beat it twice, and to get to the end content, but they keep adding more content, and I can't. So I can't like get to it. I'm afraid to get into PoE. It will devour my remaining free time. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, that's why I've gotten pretty good at letting go of games. I've gotten pretty good with like just I don't really like I don't play those kind of games a lot because of that. Like if you really wanted to get into PoE, it can become your life, and I don't like that. I kind of want the game to start and finish, and that's why I'm playing. I'm replaying Alice in the Wonderland, the 360 game. I think 2011 it came out, and I'm gonna play Hail to the Rainbow. I just need, just give me a good story. I want to get through the game. Madness Returns, yeah, that was a really good one. I never got far in it. Like this is I've only beaten like the first 3 chapters, or whatever. So I'm actually gonna take it seriously and like I'm gonna put it up on YouTube, my playthrough. So that's kind of the goal here. Yeah, Madness Returns, and yeah, yeah. I'm not copying directly like the game's stuff, but I'm kind of heavily, because I don't want to look up all the details, but this is definitely like that's what I'm basing this off of. With the cat and all. It's still your style, which is awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I try to. I don't know. I've never had like. I feel like I don't have a style. Like I just kind of draw how I draw. People tell me I have a style, which I appreciate. But I'm trying to. On this one, I'm trying to keep the lines. I'm trying to keep it a little bit more cartoony. And even though I'm gonna render things up here, I still don't want to let go of those like more cartoony look. And so I'm gonna try and maintain that a little bit. As if this is the perspective of the Lelouch collectors see the Ellis stories. As if this is the perspective of the Lelouch collectors see the Ellis stories. Yeah, well, I forget, like, what was the original Alice in Wonderland about? Was it about a girl being crazy, or was it, like, what was the whole thing about? I literally don't remember what the original book or whatever, like, the original story, like, what was the main point of it? Like, I'm only, like, passively, like, I know about it, and I know I've like, you know what I mean, I've listened to it. The artist John, take good care. Man, bon appetit. Going to have a dinner. My day job starts soon. Lurk. Thank you, that artist. Thank you, thank you. Take good care, man. Bon appetit. Stay strong at work. Yes, yes. True, true. Stay strong out there. I appreciate the raid very much. The behind the scenes lore for Alice would be crazy after the fire. Yeah, I never played the original game, but I'm just saying like what the like the main story was like originally. Oh, the 2000s one, it's really worth it despite some controls being old for today's standards. Yeah, I might have to. I don't know how you even get. I don't know if it's like available even on Steam, you know. So I'm not gonna try too hard, but if I come across it, I'll play it. I got enough. I'm trying to beat GTA 4 again, and I got enough like little projects, you know. I think Madness Returns actually came with the old 2000s game as well. Or was it like that just in a version I got it when actually released? I think the original was called American McGee or something like that. Or something like that, I don't know. That's what I remember. When I was looking at the original one up, it said something about American McGee, but I could be... My brain could be mistaken. It's weird because in the second one, she's definitely British. Like, she starts out in these very, very Britishy looking sort of... I don't know, I want to say like kind of slummy neighborhoods. And she's like in a loony bin there. Or like she's getting out of one, and it's some kind of child foster care thing, and I love the first level. I just the overall the art style in that game is like amazing. Like the whole thing just holds up for being a 2011 game. Like it really holds up because the artwork is so strong, and the fidelity and everything is it just none of it feels like gross or outdated. It's just thank you for the follow. Still British in the old games as well. American McGee is just the main guy that made 2000's game at Madness Returns. Oh, I see. I wouldn't mind another installation into that franchise. I know those games are like harder to like justify and sell because they're not like to like a big company making a game that you buy, start, and finish is not the prospects they're looking for. They're looking for that sort of Fortnite cash cow that keeps generating wealth. And I get it, you know what I mean? I get it, but so the original concept, Ellis going mad as American McGee's original vision in the game at least. Nice. Yeah, sometimes people just snap, bro. You just can't take anymore and they just snap. the conspiracies were there since forever, but I think he did not. He did find the interpretation as Alice like that. You know that in Half-Life 1, the creepy alien baby that you find at the end of Half-Life 1, I guess Gabe Newell put that in as a metaphor for having his first child because he was like terrified of making a person. And yeah, so they have like this weird creepy alien baby that you have to fight. And that was his son said that was the metaphor for not him, but like his birth, like the fear that he experienced from having a kid. Never thought of that or searched for that. Yeah, he was I guess that's where I just saw it in some random like YouTube short or something like that. Mm, creepy cat should be the mice at bay. Should keep the mice at bay. Some rumors of heavy snow on the internet. Oh, I've heard that. Yeah. Future Royal oh 07 High Comrade. Hell yeah, Frostpunk in real life confirmed. Nice. Yeah, do you guys think that like having snow on your roof though, does that like create more insulation, or is that a dumb idea? Cause like, I kind of think like, cause people, okay, check this out. People build like igloos, right? That's just snow. That's literally just snow, and you can live inside of an igloo. So when your house is covered in snow, insulation probably good for the planet, because like I heard that painting your roof white like helps with the reflecting of the UV rays or whatever, and like the roofs being dark, it like traps the heat or whatever, you know what I mean? Like I guess like it like really helps. It would like, they say like it would offset the temperature if we all painted our roofs white or something like that from somewhere a long time ago. I don't know. Actually, yeah. For the moment, it works. Sucks when falling through. Actually, yeah. For the moment, it works. Sucks when falling through. I'm sure there's a difference between loose snow and igloo blocks. Nuh-uh. I think it's the same. I didn't do any research, but I just feel I feel just the need to disagree with what you're saying, so I'm gonna take the opposite stance. I'm still gonna build my little shrink wrap house that I was talking about. That I've been watching these YouTube videos where people build like these basically shrink wrap houses, right? And it's super dope. I'm thinking about hitting this with a brush again and redoing this face again, like re-rendering it. I want to be really careful which way I go, because that actually does kind of matter. And I'm this kind of like blends everything, and then once you go over it again, because the face is going to be kind of a focal point. It looks dumb to do this, but then you do it several times, and it kind of creates this like really nicely rendered. I'm not going to do a face right now. I'm just going to focus. I'm just going to focus on what I'm focused on. But it kind of creates a really nice, kind of like almost a digital look to it. A little bit like almost like it's been airbrushed on to the paper. Not that that's like necessarily what everyone wants, but I don't know. I'm just experimenting. I'm just playing around. I did it before and it looked really nice, so I'm gonna go in that direction. Never tried an igloo. Not sure how warm it is. Well, you have an opportunity here in a little bit. So I will try an igloo. I just don't get how you would not freeze in there. I get it because it's just heated by your own temperature. You can't put a heater in there or anything. You do because you're gonna delete your house, right? What the? Do you think they charge what's the real estate tax on an igloo house? Does it like you gotta like cancel that? Do you cancel that? You know what I mean? Like, does the government like stop charging you during the summer because you don't have a house? I don't know. Things we may never know. Oh, that's something else. Igloo houses? I know, that's pretty crazy. I think the rule is if you dig into the ground, you pay tax. The whole concept of property tax came from Europe. Well, in America, as far as I know, the real estate, I can't remember if it was income tax or real estate tax, but they introduced it during World War II as a temporary measure to help pay for the war effort. And guess what? And it was supposed to apply only to like the 1%. And this is what I oh my god, not to be like annoying Nelly that complains about taxation, but whenever you're never gonna get the rich people to pay tax. It always goes down. It always becomes poor people pay taxes, more taxes every time. Like the original, it was just a temporary thing during World War II for like the 1%. I think it was the income. I can't remember, but I think the real estate had something like there was no real estate tax, and then they introduced it as a thing, and then it didn't go away. I honestly, I don't think people that work should get taxed. I think you should only get taxed once you have investments. I think your I think only invested income should be taxed. Nobody that works with, and God forbid anybody that works with their hands should get taxed ever. I don't think that should ever happen. Oh yes, I remember that story. It was supposed to be temporary. Isn't that funny how that works out? I remember like Wesley Snipes tried to not pay his taxes, and he said he made an argument that like it was technically unconstitutional, which is probably true. You can probably make that argument, but yeah, they didn't like that answer, and he went to prison. Supposedly there are people that argue in court and win so they don't have to pay taxes. Yeah, good luck with that story. And to think Boston Tea Party conflict because of 1% tea over tea, and nowadays, well, it's crazy. It's absolutely insane, yeah. It requires you to be in court every day for the rest of your life. But is that true? You gotta be in court every day? Because wouldn't the courts get clogged up that way? They have to resolve the issue, right? They have to either say you can or can't. Regardless, it's absolutely insane. Not to get all negative, Nelly. This is an art show. This is not complain about taxation. No, you know what? I will complain about tax. No, I am gonna go there. Not too many people fight this. Well, because you don't have infinite resource. You gotta go to work. Like, the government, like, they don't have resource limits. You're fighting against, like, you're playing like a video game against an AI that doesn't have resource limits, but you have to have resources. And then they just go, okay, you know. Hello, Master. Nice work. Thank you, Dab. Thank you, Dab. I don't ask how the world works anymore. It's all retarded. True. True. Oh, that's kind of the conclusion I came to. That's kind of where I'm at. Is I don't even like. I just don't care. Like I'm like, dude. Honestly, like I used to care. No, I still care. Sometimes, but like I do. I kind of came to the same thing. Is like I was like, why am I even trying? Like it. It's like it's not, you can't. All hearsay says that the skyrocketing utility bills have to do with AI facilities. They're gonna say all kinds of things. They completely have control over those prices. Um, you're never gonna see it at the gas pump. Guess we're in trouble. Yeah, we are. We care, but we care about what matters. Yeah, you can only control a small bubble of what you have control over. And beyond that, that's about it. I mean, I still feel like, I think, like, it's fine to say your piece and be like, this is what I think, and lay out the argument, and not necessarily get upset. Because no one's gonna, it's not gonna turn around. Like, I really do think, like, it's gonna, like, you kind of have to wait for Rome to fall and then try again kind of thing. I don't think, you can't convince, like, Rome as it's falling to, like, change the trajectory. It has to fall. Like, there's too many dedicated parties to, like, whatever's going on. It's just gonna keep going until, yeah, and without anger, it's like, there's nothing you can, like, do. Like I said, the inertia, the overall, the force is already, like, too, you know what I mean? It's like too spun up. It's gonna go where it's gonna go at this point. What kind of awesome thing is that? An evil cat that makes the child to eat? Yeah, the cat is forcing the child to eat. No, it's Alice. Wait, Dab, you've heard of Alice in Wonderland? Unless you're joking, unless you're being funny, and I just don't detect the humor because of text. Regardless, I appreciate the comment. If you follow the money, though, you uncover that there's a small elite group causing all this allegedly. I'm too stupid to follow the money, but what you gonna do? Yeah, no, I'm sure there's truth to that. I'm sure there's truth to that. To be honest, I didn't know this was Alice in the Wonderland theme. Damn. I do get the concept now. Oh, yeah, I see why you... Well, I'm basing it off the game, but also it could be my fault that you're not getting it. It's not like everyone forgets the French Revolution. I think they've learned their lesson. I think, like, I don't think there's going to be an uprising of any kind of any sort. I really don't, because, like, they're pretty good now. Because, like, trying to say it, like, carefully, like, the French Revolution, you knew whose head to cut off. Now you don't really, like, know who's in charge. Like, sure, the people signing the paperwork are, like, sort of pseudo, like, the elected, if it, right? Like, you could get rid of them, but, like, you're not really solving the problem because they just put in a new person. They throw the old person out of a balcony, like some bank. It just doesn't matter. They're all replaceable. You don't know who's in charge, so it's, like, it's impossible to, like, get rid of enough people to find out, to get to the core of the issue, you know what I mean? So it's, like, you're not going to get a French Revolution because no one's going to say, I'm in charge. They're all gonna shift around till you're confused and exhausted, and then they just go back to doing what they're doing. So because there's nobody saying I'm the king, I'm the guy who holds the throne, right? It's a democracy and you're free, like, so you can't do anything. What, nobody can stand him? That's a shitty life. Frig is good. You shouldn't have to be careful what you say. Yeah, you do have to be careful in every society. That's, yeah. So what I'm hearing, logically, the people doing this are hiding. Yeah, like, you never want to, yeah. Not literally inside their houses, but they're not, no, the peons you, like, that are put in front of you are not normally it. They don't really have any kind of power. They're being allowed to do what you know what I mean? Like, they're not, That's just for you to get angry at. And you can go, you know what I mean? Like, do something about it. You're not going to change the overall trajectory. Everyone forgets the rich barons, but their descendants are still around, still rich. Hey, Slipknot fan, what's up? Just another day, lol? Oh, nice. Yeah, me too. Just chilling. I have heard that they got rid. By the way, Future Roll, I have heard that they got rid of real estate tax in some states. I don't know if that's true, but I've heard that that is true. I don't know if that's true. I was talking to my mom yesterday on things. We didn't have Thanksgiving, but we just sat around and talked, the fam. And I think that she said some states got rid of, which would be fudging awesome. $2,000 a year. Did you see Altered Beast art I posted? Yeah, I hit the heart on it. I appreciate it. Like, they cropped out 70% of the art to fit on the cartridge box. Yeah, they'll do that. Like, one of the ways, like, I'll give you an example of, like, I'll give you an example of how, like, modern power works, right? This is an example, Future World, because you were talking about their hiding, right? But, like, do you guys remember that whole, fiasco with, the banks were being pressured by Australian mothers? They were, like, some Christian groups that got together and signed petitions for the banks to disallow certain pornographic games to be shown on Steam, the video game selling platform. And there was all kind of speculation on that, but I'm almost certain that, like, they were not like, the banks didn't bend the knee to 100. Like, even if they got like 100,000 petitions, they wouldn't care in any way, shape, or form. What more likely happened is the banks wanted to introduce some sense of control over Steam or some platform, and then they find some group that wants what they want, they promote them. They give them money, give them like some representation, and suddenly there's hundreds of thousands of petitions, and we have no choice but to bend the knee to the will of the people, right? Like that's kind of what I mean how it works. The bank can't say we're forcing. We're just they either go this is safety, this is for the children. There's these people getting together. We have no choice but to give in to their demands, right? Even though those are groups that they're funding. Why I hear Foros today? Oh, nice. You can hear me. Because his mic is near to he. Well, I bought the arm. I bought the arm. This is taped because they didn't have the right fitting. By the way, about the bank thing, I don't know that to be a fact. It's just a way to understand the overall framework of how things work. I don't know that to be it's just that like what I'm told that like peasants that live paycheck to paycheck are demanding that something happens, and the bank is like no, they just don't have any, they just have to follow the will. It's like no, that's not what happened. That's how I'm doing my math off of like who has the power here, and right, who also wants this accomplished. So like that group of people didn't have any, any say in it. They're just a group that's being propped up for right now. Thank you. Nice. I'm glad you can hear me finally. It's like I already read that. Nice. Do you like low brow drawing? I'm not sure do you like lowbrow drawing? Lowbrow art? I'm not sure what that means. Like overly sexualized, or what do you mean? Like lowbrow being like art that's like sort of could you explain what you mean? I leader of that art today too. I'm just not sure what you mean by lowbrow. If you mean like the super sexual stuff, I kind of have to clutch my pearls a little bit. I'm not a big fan of that. But it's whatever. It's like to each their own, I guess. It's pop subrealism. I'm not. Yeah, I don't know if I like it because I would have to see it too. Because some of that stuff, like surreal stuff, is good, and some of it like is not good. It's kind of like the dystopian Soviet architecture. I think there's beauty in that too. I generally don't like it, but like I can see it in a certain context. Like when I was playing last night, I was playing Hail to the Rainbow, and it was like this sort of failed Soviet Union state that was technologically advanced where robots went wild, and the architecture has this like ominous presence, and it has its own kind of beauty, but you know what I mean? Like in certain kind of context, it's beautiful. So I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure. More punk and graffiti style. I mean, I'll be honest, and I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. I hate graffiti. Like, not graffiti itself. I hate that it's like randomly in places where it shouldn't be. I don't like seeing it on trains or alleys. I think it all looks like. I'm not sure how people themselves don't feel like they're making the world worse with that stuff. And I don't know. That's kind of how I feel. I'm like, why can't things... I think there should be like almost like skate parks, but for artists. Just put concrete blocks in a park, and then they can go do their like deeds over there. But generally, I don't like graffiti. But like I said, the art itself is fine. It's just that like I don't want it like randomly all over the place. Just my opinion too, but it is systemic. I mean, all prices are sky high today for food, clothing, shelter. The older people, grandparents, and their parents remember how much a dollar was really worth. So the current people alive today, we just have no concept about how much more we are paying for everything compared to history. True. Yeah, there's that. I think they said. Hi, Kathleen Splays 71. Hello. Yeah, I think there's truth to that. I think like they say like you used to be able to like have a like if you could be like a grocery bagger and have a family and a house and two cars and have vacations. Now that's all long gone. You know, you have to if you didn't go to college and you don't have like even a six-figure salary. I mean, that's like the bare, right? Like that's kind of what you have to be like considered successful now. Is like you have to be in that six-figure salary kind of range to have a, you know, to not be like constantly saving on everything. I don't know. It's whatevs. Like I said, there's no stopping the system now. It's too far gone, I think. Lowbrow art, also known as pop surrealism, emerged in California in the late 70s and early 1980s, is considered urban and popular art form, imbued with irony that distance itself from rules and canon of art academy, hence its name Lowbrow. The direct reference to low art, or art in bad taste, due to its grotesque, irreverent, and sometimes unpleasant style. It sounds like I wouldn't like it, like this. It is this movement and type of illustration has been influenced by classic cartoons, 1960s television comedies, psychedelic rock music. Yeah, I feel like I don't know. I'd have to see it, but I don't. I wouldn't. I would say I probably wouldn't like it. I think today you need to make 200 grand to be comfortable. True. Like I said, I think it's crazy that anybody that works a job gets taxed. Taxes shouldn't start until like once you have investments. The fact that your labor gets directly taxed is insane to me. It should be like the complete opposite of what it is now. Your sketches are very good. Thank you, Kathleen's Place. I appreciate that. I'm trying to see where I want to go from here. If I want to like redo this face a little bit, or if I should move on. I'm kind of liking the way this. Is going so far. This picture. $100 is basic today after tax and healthcare and all that stuff. You're just paying bills in a regular family. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not. If you have man, that's what I'm saying is like that's why I don't really want to go down the road of that. Is like you have to be like pretty successful. Like if you want to have a family, you have to be quite successful financially to like to not be like I'm not. Of course, I could like go back to manufacturing, work 80 hours a week, and do it that way. But I'm just like, nah, dude. I feel like I don't want to do that. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. Is I'm super double chilling, and I don't feel like killing myself. You know. Demon Fam. Thank you, Birdheart. Appreciate that. Now we know a new type of art. True. That's why a lot of people in professional careers didn't get married and have kids starting in about 2006. Bro, it's brutal. The Architect, thank you for the emojis. How many devices do you have hooked up to show what you're doing and show you along with others? Other screen? How many devices? Oh, I got this camera right here. I got my microphone right here. It's being held up by tape, but it is bringing it closer to my face, which is nice. The issue was before I couldn't. It's a little it's a little wobbly. It's a little wobbly. We'll get it tightened up. We'll get her tightened up. I have. Well, I actually have two computers now because I resurrected one of my computers. I can hear you better. Gani Gomez says, but you are married? No, I'm not. No. No. But yeah, how many devices do I have? I mean, I have that camera, this camera, the lights. There's quite a bit that's I've slowly accumulated for the stream. And it's not like too, like, you know, it's just I kept doing it and I kept finding a need to, like, buy more things. So you don't need anywhere near the complexity I've reached, but you know, it can be a very simple stream and be successful and stuff. I just, you know, convenience and stuff and things. You have a lot of things in your head. I'm not sure what you're saying. I'm not currently wearing anything on my head. I thank you. The mic, the light, the camera. Oh, but it's not on my head. It's mounted to the desk. Oh, over your head. Okay, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. That would be wild if I had all this mounted to my head. That would be quite uncomfortable. How you say that? No, I get what you're saying. I do streams, but I like the way you have your setup. It's very comfy. Yeah, like I do like my comfortable setup. I'm gonna be working on this piece I can feel for a while. Yeah, what are your streams about, Kathleen's Place? What do you do? If you, I love. Sort of curious. I looked up the long brow art and it's looking nice. I think it is more like a cartoony style with lots of colors. I never heard of that name of it before. Yeah, I've never seen. I'm not. Nice to meet you. Have to go back to work for a bit. Oh, okay. Me either. I learned about it today too. Very colorful. Now we know another type of art. Truth. Truth. I love college. It might be useful to me later for a few. I love college. I think it's a good way to learn and practice on. This kitty cat is coming out nice. Yeah. Thanks for the tip. It's always good to learn about new types of art. Yeah, I had my sub pump hose freeze outside, and I had to get that. I just cut a lot of it off. Tried a lot of different things, but I think it was just too long for how cold it's getting outside, and it finally froze. And I woke up to the sound of there being like water in my basement because it was like trying to run, but the hose came off of it because it built up too much pressure. For those who haven't heard that story yet, that was my morning. Getting some nice little sewer water in my eye. Future Oil, you were here for that, right? Could have swore you were here when I was telling that whole story. But so that wasn't super pleasant, and I didn't think it would. I didn't think I would have issues, to be honest. I missed that part, though. Why? Yeah, no, that was the fun part of my morning, and I like wasted probably a good hour. I want to say I wasted a good hour on that. Luckily, I had another hose that I didn't end up using, but I had another hose. Because the hoses you use, I'm going to end up having to go get some PVC pipes to make the part where it goes from the unit to the wall. Like, at least that part is going to be solid. Because that hose does, like, when it turns on, that hose kind of moves around. Like, there's a lot of pressure that goes through it. And it kind of, I don't know, looks worrying. You know what I mean? Like, there shouldn't be that much pressure going through it. So I'm thinking I'm gonna go get PVC stuff and fix it for realsies. But I've had it hosed up for like years, and it was fine. It's just that once a little thing goes wrong, you really just don't want water in your basement. Is all. You know, you don't want that moisture. That moisture is really bad for you. Good for the flies that are reproducing. They love it. They love it. What a challenging morning. That's how I woke up. I heard a boom, and I'm like, okay. I'm trying to like do the math on like what made that noise. And then I'm like, okay, it sounded like it was from the basement. I run down there. I'm trying to find like the extension cord because there's no off button on that thing. It's literally just I had to like undo the extension cord running to it. You know, I had to like. So it wasn't super fun. Then I just went upstairs. I ignored that. I just went upstairs to make coffee first. You know, and of course, like some of it like gets in your eye. You're not gonna do a sub pump like resituation without getting like sewer water in your eye and all that good stuff. It seems like there's an even stream of challenges coming again. I know. I think though the people that are, you know, I took my like what do you call it? I took my when one has solved another. Yeah, it does feel like that, doesn't it? And I have kind of like a couple little projects I've been needing to do. I've been ignoring just because I don't want to deal with it, but I need to eventually do it. It must be part of the simulation. I do think the simulation is kind of like like I was actually in a good mood despite all of that. Like it didn't like ruin my mood at all. Except that like it like ate up the whole morning. I would have liked to have done other stuff, but it's okay. But it does feel like it finds new ways to challenge. I do hate when house stuff breaks though. It's hard not to. It's hard for it to not be expensive. It seems like It's always It's always quite costly to maintain a house. Um. Future oil. Did you hear what I said earlier that they're gonna some states have gotten rid of real estate tax, and they were talking about Illinois. I don't think we're gonna get it here because that seems like too good to be true. But that would be nice. You just pay off your house and you live in it. That would be really nice. I heard that Florida governor was going to try and introduce that as legislation. I think it's part of his campaign. It's all, but I don't know. Somebody told me they already did it in some states. I don't know if that's true or if that's like soft knowledge that your friend tells you that has no basis in reality, but I'm really hoping that would be so awesome. I'll have to look it up. Yeah, look into it. I don't know. I would really enjoy that. I know in some states like Tennessee, Texas, they don't charge federal income tax, but they live off property taxes. Hmm. Yeah. That's interesting. I just saw a list. Illinois is on it, but you would have to live in that house for at least 30 years. 10 years down, only 20 years to go. I don't know if I'll be around in another 30 years, man. I got 10 years on me. That's crazy, though. I guess like they're doing this so you can't like lose your house when you're old, but I got 20 more years to go, and I'm good. I've been here about 10 years. I'm not moving out. I'm good over here. You know what I mean? I'm good. It'd be kind of cool if you could pay your taxes up front for 30 years. That would be like $60,000 from me, and then just be done with taxes. So I pay like about 2,000 a year. How about the other way around? You postpone them to the end of your life? Hmm. It's a good idea. I'm definitely, if you knew when you were gonna go out, just quit paying. Just because I think in Illinois it's 3 years or 3 or 5 years of not paying taxes before you lose your property. I would those last 5 years I would YOLO it. You know what I mean? Like I'd be done paying taxes for sure if I knew I wasn't able to buy a house until 4 years ago. I bought my house. I think I was 26. This house, but like I said, I got really lucky in terms of like I found a house that had like just enough damage and problems that like I was able to buy it. I almost bought a really like a more expensive house, but I got sort of lucky in that respect. I've been like slowly fixing it up. And if I could do it again, I would have bought a plot of land and just like and just figured out how to build a house or something, or like bought a plot of land. Like I would have done a lot. I would have done a lot more of that, like build a house out of pallets type deal. You know what I mean? I would have done that. Like I'm unofficially considering myself a millennial since I went through college with them and went through the same hardships of the Great Recessions. Nice. Yeah, I don't know too much about whatever you just said, but technically I was born. If you want to carry the plight of the, if you want to carry the plight, belated hello from Jackson Raid. So happy we ended up here. Oh, nice. Thank you, Casey Snowart. Future Royal, if you want to carry the burdens of the millennials, I was born in 1990, which was the last year of the Soviet Union, so I like vaguely connected to that history, which I think is sort of cool. Think you are millennial? I'm 35. Does that make me millennial? I was born in 1990. I'm not sure. I don't know. I've never paid. I just exist. I don't. Oh, okay. It's kind of crazy, like how uncool the name is for like that we got. Like what's the Generation X? Can you imagine being that boisterous that you give yourself that title, and then like other people get to be millennials? It's like, oh, way to bolster your how cool you sound versus. Although I guess the boomers sound kind of lame. No one who wants to be a boomer, you know. It sounds kind of lame. I fall in the trail end of Generation X. Yeah. Sounds a lot cooler than millennial. Technically, yeah. I don't know. I really need to find a good chalky blue pencil. I ran into the last ones I bought were like very waxy. Not only are they waxy, they're also like poop. Like they're just the worst pencils ever. Social scientists have to bunch us all up in the neat label. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about those social scientists. I'm just kidding. I don't know. Just hope we make it another 5 years without really bad stuff. Oh yeah, any 5 years without really bad stuff would be awesome. Oh my god. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I just don't. You know what? I could use no roof or car stuff for the next 5 years. I'll settle for that. Or medical. Like, if we can get 5 years of none of that. My roof is still fine, but it's getting older. I just don't want to deal with, like, the big stuff. Because as a poor person, I know I'm going to have to climb up there and do it myself. That's the other problem. That's the plight of the poor, is I have to do it myself. And it still costs a lot. Maybe you can try the soft pastel pencils from Caran d'Ahi. They are really nice and soft with a lot of pigment. Pastel pencils from Caran d'Ahi. Let me copy that. Let me copy that down really quick. Karandi. I don't know if I've ever heard of that. Copy. Let me put that into search, and we'll give it a look. We'll give it a look. Man, I got a lot of tabs open. Ooh, shop. Yeah. They got all kinds of stuff. I was really just looking for blue. Like, honestly, I just needed a blue pencil. And I bought some, and they were like, almost. I'm upset because it's like, I don't want to throw them in the garbage, but I just know they're going to lay here, and I'm never going to use them because they're just not good pencils. But they're a bit expensive. It's alright. Today's Black Friday, big sales. Yeah, they just put $6.99 and then they put a dash across it, like they lower the price. I don't know about all that. I don't do Black Friday, guys. I stay at home. I'm inside my home, and you can buy them one by one. Yeah, I might have to look into that, but just on my bank account, so no shopping for me. Yeah. Because you said you only had enough money to give me, right, this year? You were saying that, like, you had a lot of money, but not enough for everything, so you're just going to give me the rest. I understand. I don't blame you. Lol. Just food and clothing and foros? Nice. I'm actually really enjoying this drawing this picture. I think that the hands are here. Or Camille. I know he's supposed to be more of a cat and not. I'm drawing like humanoid hands, but I really wanted that kind of like, really wanted the fingers. Let me come right back. I'll be back. Alrighty. Today would be the best day to buy anything. Is it really, though? Is it really? You gotta... I don't want to be in a fist fight for, you know what I mean? I don't want to get into a fist fight over a television or whatever. Not that I need more monitors. You know, I would like to get a... It would be nice to have another monitor. Like, or maybe just like this TV, but just 70 inches, and then I'm done, I swear. Just like a 70-inch TV, like right there, like up more, and then I'm done. But I actually kind of really, I've grown to love this TV. I think I've had it, I don't remember, I've had it since like high school. It just won't die. It's even developed like this slight yellowish hue. But I'm like, you know what, I'm almost nostalgic for the way it looks, and I don't know. I'm just going to keep it until it dies. Although I feel like it's never going to at this point. They made those TVs, what is it? A Vizio? It's not even a brand name anyone's ever heard of, and it just keeps chugging along for some reason. Can't buy anything if we're broke. I do wish I had my own chickens. I wish I had my own chickens and stuff. That'd be nice. But I just know it'll be harder than what it sounds like. And it's every morning type of deal. Well, one day maybe I'll have my own chickens. It would be nice to have like a little bit of a food buffer. To where like if you can expect, say, I don't know, 8 eggs every morning, you're not gonna die ever. You know what I mean? Like, as long as you got chicken feed, you're gonna be good for quite a long time before like you're really out of food. So I do wish, like with modern internet, I would buy one of them satellite links or whatever they call them, and go get myself some chickens and a little truck. I don't know. Something like that would be nice. I actually had a little truck, but its little engine gave out. All the oil went outside of it, and it died. In the middle of a bridge, which was very embarrassing. People kept honking at me like I want to not move. I'm like, I can't. The engine is done. Many people are douches. True. That's true. Let me sharpen this up really quick. You know what's weird? My neck doesn't hurt today. It's been hurting, and today it doesn't hurt, which is nice. Obviously, it's because I draw a lot, and I'm like at this weird angle, but I'm just glad that's... I don't really need that. Sorry. My left-handed knife. My left-handed knife. This was the first year I celebrated Thanksgiving at my house. Oh, I did another year of no celebrations. Usually I go to my mom's, but she's traveling on business out of the country. Darn. Yeah, I'm not even like a big Thanksgiving guy. Like the food that people make at Thanksgiving usually is like kind of boring. You know, mac and cheese is the only like, that's the only thing that's like I usually go for. I don't know. I think turkey, the thing is, guess what? Turkeys are dry. I think Thanksgiving is overrated. Like, I just think the turkey's usually dry. You know, just not a big fan of it, I guess. I would rather have a pizza day for Thanksgiving or something. This one I made came out pretty good. Oh, you made it pretty, yeah. Let me change the music really quick. Alright, let's see. Okay, so you gotta brine it overnight in salt. Oh, that's a real water, or keep fried the turkey to make it not dry. Deep fry the turkey to make it. I recommend goose instead of turkey. All dark meat, juicy when roasted. And if you save the goose fat, you can make amazing meals for months. I don't think I've ever had goose. That sounds interesting. Did it change over? Oh. I think this one's just a lot quieter. Nice, that helps. Bringing is a pain. This turkey came out pre-brined. Pre-brined? I don't even know what you guys are saying right now. I guess I've never like really cooked a turkey enough to know the turkey cook lingo. Most grocery store ham is brined. For example, that's why it's so salty. Oh, brine equals salt, water, soak, or injection. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Bringing is basically preparing the meat so it doesn't come out dry. Nice. Yeah, the only kind of cooking I really do is air fry my meat, and then like sometimes I'll take like thin cut like beef and salt it and just put it in the air fryer to dehydrate, and I just get like kind of like either if it's really thin it'll be like beef jerky-ish, or if it's not really thin it'll be like kind of like just dry meat, and I love it. Love it. I could eat it for every meal. Yeah, I'm just guys. I'm just too late. Honestly, I'm just kind of like too lazy for cooking, and I do the least amount of effort possible. I do. I will say though that upgrading from microwave to air fryer has been such a revolutionary move. It's really like transformed my life. Like it's the food is so much better that way, so much better. I can't say enough good things about that way of doing it. You could like make delicious sandwiches, like whatever you want. It's crispy. It's not wet and soggy. But it was a big move because before that I only knew the microwave. That's the only context I understood cooking in. And it's weird because it's so simple, but it seems so like so difficult at first. But yeah, I'm excited for today. I'm gonna play Hail to the Rainbow after the stream. I'm probably not gonna. I'm probably just gonna do the videos like Buggos when I get done with that game. Right now I'm gonna practice playing this game for the release. For when I'm not gonna stream that game, but it is phenomenally done in terms of the horror elements and the whole car situation. The whole car, it's the whole thing is really really good. And the game looks phenomenal. It's currently 0 degrees outside. Nice. I wonder if I should insulate around my the hole I made where I put the hose outside. If I should just do some of that Carolina Crockpot Slow Cooker Digital 2.4 liter. I think you would like a slow cooker. You just dump a bunch of stuff in there and let it putter for hours, and you can get really nice crisp. You don't need to do much at all. That does the dumping of stuff into stuff and then just waiting is also another good strategy. because I'm not a big like, oh, this has to come out at this time kind of person. I just want to like set it and forget it. That's my motto for stuff. So yeah, start it before you start your streaming, and the food will be ready when you're done streaming. Ah, that's a pretty good idea. I usually put my my dry strips of meat in there, like my beef, before I go to bed, and usually by morning, like 8 hours later, it's like pretty like good to go. Little salty strips of beef I can eat. First transit, welcome, man. How is your day going? Thank you for the dancing person. Nice. Nice picture, thank you. Yeah, if you remember the game Alice in Wonderland 2011, that was a good game. I'm gonna beat it. I might even make videos about it, but eventually here. I grew to appreciate the art style they got in there. $21 viewers. What? Nice. I kind of haven't been looking up there. I think the first, like, when I first started streaming, I was more into that number stuff. Now I just kind of get on and I draw and then I just leave. And just whatever happens, happens kind of a thing. Like I almost see this as like I'm gonna draw anyway, but instead I'll get a camera and other people can watch while I draw anyway, kind of a thing. That's kind of the way I look at it now. I'm definitely gonna have some Hail to the Rainbow inspired artwork after I play that game. There's no way that's not gonna influence. I want to draw. I want to draw. You know what I want to draw? maybe later on is like some scenery type stuff, but like giant robots in the background, if that makes sense. That sort of vibe of having gigantic machines sort of walking amongst the mountains and trees. I think that kind of thing I really really like enjoy, and that's kind of what I wanted. I think that's I've already kind of seen that kind of vibe in that game, and I think I'm gonna try to emulate that kind of feeling. I enjoy big robots in the background of sort of dystopian scenery. You know what the weirdest? Thank you for the cast. You know what the weirdest thing is? Right now it's 0 Celsius outside, and my heater is not turning on very much. But I think maybe it's because the sun is blasting the house. It's like offsetting the cold, and it's like heating it up. Uh, it's just weird how often it was going off earlier, and then I guess it's got to be the sun heating up the house. Even though it's cold, it's still like kind of. I'm gonna make this tail a little darker here. I wish I could find my little brush again. But if we could get through this winter without any like real snow, that would also be a huge victory. Not super interested in the snow. No snow doesn't mean no freezing temps. Though we're at freezing temps. We're definitely at freezing temps. I know that for a fact because of that hose freezing and my sub pump not being able to pump the water out. I don't want it to get any colder than it is now, but hope not. I mean, I'm just surprised the heater, because like I got my house down to 66 Fahrenheit, and it really only turns on every 20-25 minutes. Like it kind of holds it. It kind of like if you make it, if you drop the temperature inside the house, and it doesn't have to try and keep up with like keeping a hot temp in here, it kind of doesn't turn on that much. Like it's way more energy efficient if you just kind of turn down the temperature a little bit. Not saying that's a good option for everyone because different people, you know, they can't. I feel fine right now. This is 66 Fahrenheit in here, and I'm very comfortable. But I can see why some people wouldn't be. Recommended thermal underwear. Yeah. Actually, yeah. Like, I have like long sleeve. I know what you're talking about. Like the real stuff. I'm sure there's like Maybe even just buy, you know what, for the winter I'm gonna buy like a wetsuit and that they use for like not diving, well maybe diving, but you know what I mean? Those gotta be like thermally like enclosed completely. And the dog's got he's born with a sweater. He wears a sweater all the time, so I don't have to worry about him. And then they just turn it down to like a cool 55 and just sit here, you know what I mean? And then just stream all day. What brand of coffee do you use? I bought like a kind of a. Thank you for reminding me of my coffee that I haven't been drinking. Um, I just bought like a Walmart brand. It's like medium roast. It's actually pretty good. Once you drop that milk in there, bro. It's actually pretty good. Like it's not. I don't know. I'm not a big like stickler for coffee. I think like McDonald's has like a ridiculously good coffee, and it's like kind of crazy. I'm like, um, I had a bunch left over from when I stopped drinking coffee 6 months ago. Yeah, I it's. Are you donating? Are you donating to the? I bought a kind of a big bag. Problem is that coffee's so cheap usually that if I drove to where you said you are, I would like use more gas than it would cost to just buy another bag. You know, I don't like driving. If that's what you're saying, like go get another bag. I'm like, unless you're gonna pick up the habit again, which I don't blame you. It's really good. Yeah, you're welcome to it. All right. What we'll do is find a train that like goes between you and me, and you leave it on the train and I'll pick it. I'll go to the station and pick up the bag. You'll like leave it under a seat and I'll come pick it up. I don't have time to drive that far. You know, that's another thing I wish I did more of is like train enjoying, train enthusiasm. Though, yeah, like a secret agent. Yeah, you leave it under the sixth seat from the left door, or whatever, and then I'll come and get it. With our luck, someone else will steal it, or worse, if they call in a, you know, what do they call them? Like the I don't want to say the words because I'm on YouTube. You know, when you notice a package just randomly sitting under a seat or whatever, like you know what I'm talking about. These days, you never know. Someone leaves their bag on the train. It's time to get off the train. With our luck, someone else will steal it. Oh yeah, pouch person, Porsche person. That's great. You know what? I'm surprised that Amazon hasn't done. that they should really consider doing. This is what I would do if I was Amazon right now: is build a box you can sell for the customers that will like mount into the ground that has a lock on it, like a digital lock for Amazon packages. You could even like bolt it into your porch. You know what I mean? I know sometimes people like get. I've seen people get crazy amount of packages before and things of that nature. But I'm just saying, like that would be a good like. Let's say if it was like under $200. Здравствуйте, товарищ. Привет, товарищ Сол, привет. Как там, как дела? But yeah, they need to find a like a box to sell to customers so you can like hide your stuff in there, and then the Amazon employee would have access key to it, if that makes sense. And then like you know, because like my house doesn't have anywhere you can put packages that would be away from people's eyes, like you know what I mean, unless they open the door and threw it in. But yeah, so that would be my idea. Is like a Amazon chest. Все хорошо, у тебя как? А тут тоже все хорошо. Прохладно, но хорошо. Oh, like I was saying, I do wish I could like have time to go do train and join, like go to Chicago on that one line or whatever they got, and then just go back. It was fun. I did once take a trip across the country from Chicago to California on the Amtrak train. You can do that. Are they all connected? That would be fun. Yeah, it would be fun if, especially with like phones now. Especially with like phones now. Like if you bring a battery bank, which I wouldn't plug my phone into a USB like on a train because of security reasons, but I would if I brought a battery bank I could charge in a hotel or something, and then yeah, that would be kind of fun. You know, trains were a horrific nightmare before. So now you can just enjoy watching yourself move while having basically a computer with you. That'd be dope, actually. Furrows in Wonderland. Thank you. I was accompanying my youngest brother at the time. He was going to California to take some certificate course in directing movies. Damn, that's cool. I should start a I should start a school for how to do streaming. It's too hard to make money streaming. I'm gonna teach people how to do it. I need to start a business. He had an he had an apartment on Craigslist, so I wanted to make sure he was okay. That is sketchy. I always thought that those like houses that you can rent out, Airbnbs. How do you know? Like I would. I mean, I don't know. It just seems crazy to me to do that because they have all that time to hide cameras and like just be weird. I don't know. I think Airbnbs are like that's kind of weird. I don't know if I would do Airbnbs. I would if I had to do it, I would end up like sleeping on the couch for sure. I'm not sleeping in like where they prepared to like film me while I'm sleeping. I just couldn't do it. It's good and bad. They are laid back. Wait. People in California have a totally different attitude compared to the Midwest. Good and bad. They are so laid back. Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean. Weather is always. I do think like it's good and bad that the weather is always sunny. I think the good weather tends to turn you into a more like chilled out person, which is why I live in Illinois so I can hold on to the hatred. I want to, you know what I mean? I don't want it to like accidentally escape. If it's good every day, I want to hold on to that energy. Takes a lot of dedication. Yeah. It would be weird to like live in a state where it's nice all the time. We're not nice all the time. I'm sure it's hot in the states that don't have like a winter really. Or at least if I had the money to like move to a warmer spot, that would be nice. You know what I mean? Just to kind of like live wherever it is nice. I lived in warm weather for almost 5 years. Georgia lose to Florida. Uh, Georgia lose to Florida, and bro, people are weird. Just saying. In Florida or Georgia loses to Florida? Hmm. I'm trying to put together. I lived in warm weather in Florida. Yeah, I've heard that they got like alligators, and I've heard that Florida is kind of a weird state. That they got a few screws loose. But I don't know. I've never been there. But I hear things. You know what I mean? I hear things. I was stationed in Georgia, but I was less than an hour away from Florida beaches. That's nice. I go to Florida every weekend. Nice. That would, yeah, I probably would too. See, out here in Illinois, we don't have anywhere to go. It's just bad, you know. I felt like I was stuck in a city that was constantly catering to party people. Yeah, I don't want to live around party people. I'm not a big fan. I like a slower kind of like away from the city kind of vibe. Especially now that I'm older. Not that I really partied ever, but now I for sure don't want to be close to like hearing like somebody else's bass from their music. Hearing like that thumping bass kind of thing, it's like super annoying. That's why older people in Florida are so angry, I think. Yeah. It gets old fast, especially if you don't have much money. Yeah. Yeah. It's hard to have fun if you don't have money. I mean, I have fun, but I just stream and play video games. I don't know if I should add like a rabbit here somewhere or I went all up and down Florida and it was fun for 20-year-old kinda, but it starts to feel a bit bizarre. Belief like Disneyland after a while. Fake and doll. Yeah, I know what you. I never went through like a heavy party phase, but I know what you mean. But I kind of like never really got into that. You know, like going out and drinking and like whatever, like clubs. That just never even occurred. Which honestly, kind of really helps financially. Like, if you just work and then go back inside and play video games, like you can just stack cash out. You know what I mean? But kind of like it's sort of my weirdness saved me, like in that sense. But highly recommend it. And then like yeah, not a big not a big partier. I do wish I had more money for like vehicle projects though. That's one thing would like is like to. I've been watching these YouTube channels where people are like taking these like vehicles that have been sitting for years and they're just redoing the entire vehicle, like the engine, like everything, and then putting it back together. And I'm like, I'm so jealous watching these people do like it's so much fun. It's just that the problem is that like when you pick up like a 20-year-old car, every part on it is no longer manufactured, and it's like very kind of expensive to fix old stuff. Like it's not cheap unless you have a machine unless you're like unless you have hundreds of thousands of dollars of into a machine shop, then you can like mill your own things and it wouldn't be as big of a deal. But um I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that, but if I could have money, I would just spend it on vehicle. I would just buy like bizarrely destroyed vehicles and restore them. I think that's a lot of fun. Yeah, the pay was not really good while I was in the Navy. Was it not? Yeah, I don't know. I've heard various things. I heard you get a. I don't know how long were in, but I was told it gets better if you're in for a long time. But I don't know anything about the military. But I'm sure they don't like to pay a lot of money. I'm sure they don't like to do that. And we still paid federal income tax. That's crazy. That's just crazy. This line should be a little bit lower. Wow. Wowie. Whatever. I can fix it eventually. I feel like it needs to be like down here. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the federal income tax. I've already kind of expressed how much I'm not a big fan of. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Oh my god, we're at 1,700. 1,700 people. Well, in boot camp, I was getting paid $800 monthly. But that was back in how long ago? How long ago was that? Is that like in 1,600 a monthly now? Like inflate. If you take inflation, the 90s, yeah. So probably like what 1,500 today or something like that. I don't know. Just seems like it does sound low, but I feel like if you took inflation into account, it'd be. Oh crap! I just accidentally erased the line I was working on. The 90s, $800. I remember. Well, when I first came to America, like $20 was like kind of a you were if you had $20 in your pocket as a kid, you were kind of a big deal. Now $100 is it's like an adult dollar. You know what I mean? Like if you're an adult and you have $100, that's like what it feels like. It's just like a one big dollar bill that you just gets erased as soon as you walk out of your house. Um, so they need to get rid of taxes, but at least for like we should start the trials of getting rid of taxes for me. Like we can start with me and then like expand from there. I should be like the test subject of seeing if my life will get better if I don't pay taxes or not. And I'll let you guys know how that goes and we can like kind of run the program from there. And if we just do it for me and just stop there, that's fine too. But with time, yeah, people can make a decent paycheck, but you have to stay for 20. Oof. I don't know. That doesn't sound appealing. They make the military look cool in the commercials. You know what I mean? But it seems like it's not as fun. For 20 years, it seems like a lot of stress. But I do have some friends in the army that they're handling, you know what I mean? They're handling it. Like he doesn't even hate it, I would say. I mean, it's stressful, but it's not like it doesn't seem like he's like complaining about it like he's just can't do it anymore. But but I don't know. I guess different people handle things differently, so you never know. The drawback is that if you spend 20 years in, when you get out, your options for work are a bit limited. Yeah, but you don't have to work, don't they? Isn't 20 years when they cut you that monthly check and you get your pay or so? I don't know. Isn't 20 years like when you get to like be done? I don't hate it either. Actually, I loved it. It was easy for you. Maybe I don't know. I did have somebody that my buddy who was in the Navy. He said it wasn't He said it was stressful, but he told me that he's also has stress in civilian life, and it was like kind of comparable and stuff. I don't know. I don't know. It depends, right? It all depends. I've never served, but I did play Call of Duty, so I know what's going on. After 20 years, you get a pension, but it's not enough to live off of. Oh. Nah, I don't know. I don't know. I've heard it is, but you're telling me it's not, and you got the receipts, so I've heard both things. But I bet if you live like me, like if you just are hanging out at your house and stuff, like no family, you can probably. Yeah, the military they don't seem like they don't like to give away money. Like they're not big fans of that. It seems like. Looking back, maybe I'd stay in. I've heard that too. I've heard a lot of people say that too. My a guy I knew who was like he was in the infantry, and he would talk about if he had stayed in where he would be and stuff and yada yada. So it seems like a lot of people regret getting out, kind of. Let me look something up really quick. Uh, if I stayed single, yeah, I'd be okay, I guess, but that's also true in civilian land. Yeah. You really kind of don't need a whole lot of money. If I had to go get a real job, I would just go get like a some kind of thing I can walk to, and just kind of chill, kind of a chill job. I don't want to work in a super stressful environment because I'm kind of finding that you really don't need all that much money. It helps. It's nice. Don't get me wrong, but maybe I've also gotten lucky without like any medical emergencies and things of that nature. So I've heard the number one thing that causes like debt in the United States is like medical bills, which you can't really do anything about. Like you just roll the dice wrong and you just have hundreds of thousands of dollars now. There's no way getting away from that. I think that's crazy too, but that's just kind of how the cookie crumbles, I guess. Thinking about it, you basically have to inherit wealth to be rich. No, I mean you can't. You it's just that like you can get rich if you work. If you stay single and you work like with compound interest and stuff. If you start early enough, you know, you can live off your but by the time you're in your it depends on what you mean by rich too. Like to me rich is like you don't have to work anymore. You got enough passive income coming that you can just wake up and it's just there's no like you don't have to go anywhere. You are rich. That's what rich is to me is not being connected to like I would still do stuff like this or whatever, but I wouldn't necessarily kill myself at a place. Not gonna complain though. I am fortunate to have a job with a good company. Nice. Yeah, just having a job is good now. But if the world was run by artists, or run by artists, I think there would be chill attitudes everywhere. Um, yeah, but sometimes you want things to get to, sometimes you want things to get done a little bit faster than chill mode. I don't know. I don't. It'd be cool, but it would be cool. It's been slow on people visiting the stream lately. Uh, this stream or yeah, I think it has been slow. I got the views for when I did the what do you call it? The painting stream got 170 or something like that, but the drawing ones aren't really pulling any numbers. I'm not really sure why that is. It's been very very slow, yeah. Usually more people would drop by. You're right. Yeah. It's been the YouTube side has been dead. On YouTube, yeah. The YouTube side has been dead. Like the only like channels I've seen that like have consistent viewership is like you can't have a you see the thing is it used to be that if I streamed for like 5 to 7 hours I would get like on YouTube, like a subscriber per hour kind of a thing. Something like no, maybe like less, like three or four for the longer streams, and then like eventually doing well, when you say big numbers for me, yeah, like they've been at least getting some numbers, whereas I think it's just like I got like 48 right now on this one. It's just people stopping by for a second and like leaving, right? Like but yeah, like it used to be a lot more and I would get subscribers. I think YouTube, I don't know what, maybe the algorithm changed something like but regardless, it wasn't a good strategy. Like it wasn't really a good strategy anyway, because like a channel growth of like 3 per day is not gonna go anywhere ever. Is basically dead. Like that channel's dead. Which is fine. You know what I mean? Which is fine. Like it's the streaming thing isn't like what I'm hinging my hopes on. Although I was hoping it would do a little bit better, but yeah, it's cool. It's cool. Um, I still got a little group of people that show up out of it, and we'll continue to do it while they. I'm just not gonna put as much like down the road when things in the background for what I'm doing business wise kind of get going a little bit more. I'm probably gonna stream less and just kind of keep this as a super cash hobby and a lot less of a trying to push it kind of a thing. So that's gonna be the overall strategy. Definitely got to be an algorithm thing. Yeah, but I never had anything that would. It's growing. Even if it went back to like let's say getting 3 or 4 a day, it's not enough. It's not enough to get like you really need to be like having 100 something people watch you to be like making any kind of money. It just wasn't in the cards. I guess I'd really to grow this channel. I would have to make YouTube videos, like doing like lessons or how to videos and stuff. That would probably get pretty consistent viewage. And honestly, I just don't want to. I was kind of hoping I could just draw, like, and yeah, it's fine though. Yeah, like I said, YouTube is more of my like open concept hard drive where I just post things that I just want to share with the world, and if it doesn't do anything, that's fine. It's not a big deal. It would have been cool if it did do better, but it just didn't. I think drawing popular characters will pull in more viewers. Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right about that. Like that, at least like on Instagram, that picture I did of Straftot, that game I was talking about, that one still gets likes ambiently without the stream. that picture still gets like you know, views and stuff, likes. So it like brings traffic, essentially, right? Which you would probably you're probably right. I should probably like do more of like just drawing video game. Maybe not even like maybe the reason that because if I drew Spider-Man, I doubt that would like bring anything in. But if I draw um like maybe like more niche games like Strafthought or something that like it's still niche enough where I can get some people, you know, it's not like an overly saturated market. Oh no, just the name of the game was Straftat. Um, I think it translates to like criminal act or something. Well, so that one still does pretty good, and that's I think it's because it's not Spider-Man, right? Because it's like there's so many Spider-Mans that I would just be throwing another Spider-Man into the sea of Spider-Mans. They just wouldn't do anything. You gotta draw what's hot. Yeah, but it's still pulling number. Like it's still like what I need to do is actually here's what I need to do is on I need to for Instagram is I need to draw like find games like let's say Hail to the Rainbow and put that up, you know, like those robots from that game, and there'll be people that like look stuff up for that game, and there won't be a lot of because it's not a huge franchise. There's not a lot of Googlage clogging up the, you know what I mean? Like if you type in, you know, Marvel character, it's already like, you know, it's not gonna bring you to the new pic that somebody drew. Straftat, yeah, yeah. Type in Straftat, see if I show, see if my thing shows up into like a random Google. Hail to the Rainbow. Yeah, I thought when I heard the name Hail to the Rainbow, I thought it was gonna be political satire. I'm like, what is that game about? But it's actually like this dystopian Soviet Union. Rainbow was a like a robot programmer or something like that, and then they went wild. They just annihilated humanity. Uh, which I'm gonna play that game. I'm gonna play that game after the stream. I'm really excited, but it gives me a headache a little bit. It's like the puzzles are very like it's one of those games that likes to use puzzles, and I'm like, oh man, and the puzzles are not intuitive. Like some of them are, but some of them are not. Like I said, like there's one segment during the demo where the answer to the homework you're doing as a kid, like on your desk, is the code you need to put into the door to open it to your apartment. I'm like, how are those two things related? Why would you think those are logically related in any way? Like, there's no reason to connect those dots. So the game has things like that where it's like, dude, I can get stuck in that game for sure because I'm like not a very intuitive person when it comes to puzzles. Let me. Oh, I'll be right back. Yo, guys, thank you for helping me get to 1,700 follows. One is an old guy carrying a giant mushroom. I see Straftat images. One is an old guy carrying a giant mushroom. I don't know. I don't remember that part. It's a 1v1 shooter kind of a game. It's like an arena shooter. It just had like this really odd feel about it, which I really liked. I've never played a game that made me feel like that game did. It's just odd, and like you can't like you just haven't ever seen anything like it. I can only describe the feeling closest to. I don't know if you guys in England, if you guys had the original Xbox. Before you launch a game, there was like that panel that would open up with like the green matrix looking kind of like internals. And if that world of like the Xbox internal like kind of wiring that they showed you, that goofy looking whatever, like that's how that game feels. It's just like if they made a game out of that like menu screen. I see 2 vids of yours on YouTube named Stroff.1v1. Oh, really? Mine came up? Oh, it's probably because you're subbed. That's why. Yeah. You're gonna want to just throw it into the Google machine. Not YouTube. You want to Googlify it. Google. And now Jipochi got a real job. He's gone. It's just me. It's just me, you, and Future Oil now. Sorry, microphone. Please don't die on me. Let this tape hold you there forever. But yeah, now that Jipochi's gone, it feels like a barren it's like a barren wasteland. It's just me and Future Oil holding down the fort, and you. Coolio, welcome, man. How's it going? We're holding down the fort like 300 Spartans. Yeah. Hello, I've been lurking here. Oh, nice. I appreciate the lurks. I'm pretty happy with the way the teapot is coming out. My only concern is the seam line I put in here kind of suggested that's where it opens, which it isn't. It's at the top. But I kind of wanted something there, but... Oh, you know what? I'll put rivets under it. Then it'll make sense. Gotta cheat my way out of it. Happy Thanksgiving! What did you have yesterday? I didn't. I just went to my parents' house and I talked to them. We just sat around and talked for a little bit. I'm not a big Thanksgiving guy. I think that turkeys are usually too dry anyway. Slipknot, do you guys do anything on Thanksgiving? I know you're in England and you guys have a different history, but just wondering. Maybe there should be an America Appreciation Day where other countries sit around and appreciate that we Americans exist. Sorry. Just a suggestion. I found an image of a guy with a meat cleaver in his head on ArtStation. What? I found an image of a guy with a meat cleaver in his head. Well, then that's mine. Yeah. Well, that's yeah, that's the one I drew. Well, unless there's another one like that, but that's mine. I'm just surprised it didn't pull it up. Right. Let me punch. I just want to punch Straftat into the Google machine. Let me. If I can spell it, Straftat. Okay, the first thing that comes up is not mine. Let me scroll down, see if I come up. Maybe images? Maybe that would be smart, yeah. Images. Ooh, I do. I show up on the first page. Guys, I need to do this more often. Oh my god. That's a good stretch. That's why it's getting likes. I hope the developer sees it. I know it was two French brothers. Maybe if they see it, they'll sympathize with me and let me do like maybe a little bit of artwork for them, like for free. Like for sure, I would do like Jipochi has a new job. Yeah. I know we lost him, bro. That's the problem with. That's the problem is that you know what I mean. It's streaming takes a lot of time. It takes time. And I don't know why I started stuttering there, by the way. Regardless, I think it's a good idea because like my picture is showing up on the first. If you scroll not scroll down, like it's like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So I'm the 19th picture in Google for Straftat. And so that's why it gets likes. People, you know what I mean? There's enough traffic on this game. So that's what I'm going to do with Hail to the Rainbow is the same thing. Is I'm going to like I'm going to trick Google into showing it to people cuz I know that game is I know of what? It's on Steam? I don't get it. Steam Windows Straftat? It's like somebody used it. Somebody used the picture and put it in like a Steam thing. I think somebody. You know how you can like on Steam you could. That's interesting. It's Steam DB Grip DB. It's somebody's account. Oh, that's interesting. They use the So that's what I gotta do. That's what I gotta do to like kind of push myself. Is like video game art. That is so interesting. All right, I kind of have now. I kind of have like a little bit of a strategy. I'm like, how do you get anywhere? So, but that dude, that just gonna do video games now, and not big ones, because you're not gonna show up. You're not gonna show up anywhere if you. And maybe that picture is there because somebody stole it and put it in other things, and so it's now it's like gaining traction. You know what I mean? Like symbiosis. Anyway, that's interesting. I gotta like think about that. Because there's stuff I don't mind drawing, like Alice in Wonderland. I don't think this is an old game. It's not gonna really pop. But whatever, I'll still draw it. You know what I mean? My version. So that image is on Google Images. Yeah. It's on Google Images. For me, it's the 19th. It showed up as the 19th picture. Again, not flexing, but this tells me what potential, what I can do. Because drawing my own weird stuff is good. Drawing weird stuff is good. Problem is nobody, like, not that nobody cares, it's just that you can't find me. I need you to find me. I don't know what I did with my nail. Looks my left nail looks a little weird. But yeah. Anyway, what should I type? What should I type in? On the Google machine, you type in Straftat and then just type in Straftat and then go to images. You should find it on the first page. But I have kind of high resolution, so maybe it'll be on the second page. Yeah, just go to Google Images and type in Straftat. Maybe. No, just Straftat. You'll find my Instagram, a link to my Instagram. Like, it'll be a bunch of that game, but then you'll see my art in between. Who knows? Maybe this picture will do. You know what I mean? Get some pull. I mean, the thing is that like this is like a famous Alice in Wonderland is famous, right? So you would think on YouTube, Alice in the Wonderland sketch and draw, you would think it would get people right views, but it isn't. Like, it's dead. I mean, dead. So it's hard to grow a platform. It really is. I did get a subscriber though. Anyway, nobody knows why the Google machine does what it does. Ooh, on Google your drawing was the 15th image? Bro, I'm telling you. That's what I'm gonna do from now on is draw like not famous games that are kind of like niche like that. You know what I mean? And have them pop off a little bit. Because I'm telling you, if a Spider-Man game is or a Batman game is coming out or a movie, if I draw Batman, it's not gonna go anywhere because there's a gigantic library of Batmans out there. I need to somehow capture a little bit of that. I need to show up as that 15th picture, right? Maybe do a couple of them. Posted pictures of me changing my SUV's oil while you stream. Nice. Very cool. In Yap Chat or? Caroline, can you figure out how to do hype on YouTube? That's the new thing to get extra boost on the best streams. Yap Chat. Oh, okay. How to do hype? I'm not really sure. I've never even heard of hype. I've never even heard of that. That's like a newer thing, I think. I don't have an. It doesn't matter. Like I'm not. The thing is it would matter if there was enough viewership. Like let's say if there was 100 people watching, right? And I went, hey guys, let's do the hype thing. And 50 of them did it, then it would show up. Then there would be like a little blimp on the radar where it would be like, okay, let's get this guy's influencing the crowd. Then it would matter. But if it's like a person just hitting F4 over and over again, it just isn't. It's not gonna have. It's not large enough to have an impact yet, and it looks like it's not growing. So it does. Not super concerned about it. Who knows how the algo works? Yeah, but you can make it work. Um, the thing too is that like there's a certain amount of people that will view your content and then they get bored and they go away, right? And if you didn't replay, like if there's not a certain amount of people coming into the channel, you need replenishment, like you need numbers to replenish because some people will be around, but some people will they either find jobs or they get bored of the content, they want to see other things. So if you're not replenishing those numbers, that's why you're noticing people on YouTube not showing up. That channel hasn't been growing for a while. It, like I said, it completely stopped showing it to new people when I do art. So I've kind of like given up, like trying, like I don't care. I'm just gonna stream on there for funsies. But we'll figure something out. Like I said, the video game stuff. I didn't realize I was on the 15th Google thing. Right? People are gonna. That's why I'm getting likes off of that picture still, because it's showing up outside the echo chamber of Instagram, which only promotes. I want to say like channels that are very professionally ran, kind of like the people who have channels that grow, they kind of it's what they do. They like you got to get a certain amount of interaction kind of going in order to have it show it to people. If you're just like, oh, I post once a week, it's like it doesn't want to promote that channel. It wants somebody that's like hitting the button over and over again kind of thing. But like I said, I'm most likely probably going to end up focusing on just working in a business, like, and just using the art thing as a fun thing to do. You know, it only shows up in the mobile phone Android. My picture. Some streamers have that option, and we can only hype 3 times per week to our best. Oh, really nice. It only shows up in the mobile phone Android. It might be a phone exclusive. There's some things I have to do like on Instagram that if I want to do them, I have to have a phone to do. So it might just be locked into the phone kind of paradigm. I'm not really sure. Some streamers are asking for please give me your hype. It makes sense, yeah. If you have a crowd of people and you can get them to hype, then of course that's gonna. And YouTube knows about that, right? But the thing is, you still have to have some. You have to have them like you enough for them to do that. You have to have the audience, and they have to not hate you. To actually, so it does. Even if they're asking them to do it, it's still like representative of their sort of ability. I often see YouTubers asking for super chat. Dude, that feels, I don't know, that doesn't feel right to be like just asking for money. Like they're just asking for people to do, like, give them money, essentially. I always thought they're grifting. Like joking? Or, because grifting is when you, like, I thought the word grifting meant like when, let's say I was like, let's say I started saying like what I didn't believe in order to get sympathy from people. Like, let's say, I don't know, AI became popular and I was like, oh, we should be pro AI, but I didn't believe it. I thought that's what grifting was. But if but I guess YouTube really isn't paying them anything. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's like asking for money is like crazy. I don't know. Maybe I'm just doing it wrong. Grifting being a con artist. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't. One YouTuber has around 4 million subs, and he's always asking for. It makes sense, I guess, if you got 4 million. You know what I mean? It kind of, I don't know. That's just wild, though. Because if you got 4 million, what kind of numbers is he pulling when he streams? Probably pretty good numbers, right? I feel like, what's your 400K, not 4 million? Okay, yeah. Still, I feel like that's, you should have the like, I don't know. You should have the numbers to be able to make enough money. Added an extra zero by accident. I was about to say 4 million. That's crazy. I would for sure be pulling the numbers I would need then if I had that kind of power. Carolina, hi Slipknot. How are you doing? Says Carolina. Doing okay. Can you give a hype or just a thumbs up? Can you give it? Oh, you're asking him if he can. I'm not really sure how that works. Is there a hype thing on your end, or do I see? I might have to like set it up. And honestly, I was trying to figure out, like, I made enough money for in the 12 years that I've been YouTubing that I finally hit my $100 goal after like 12 years of YouTubing. So I was trying to figure out how to get the payout, and I'm still struggling with that part of it. So just so you guys know, I'm not getting rich off of YouTube. I'm like struggling. It's like it keeps asking me for payment confirmation, and I gave it to them, and they're like, yeah, but not AdSense. And I'm like, yeah, but like, what? Yeah, see, he doesn't know. I don't think there was if there was a hype button. We are only ones that give thumbs up. Are we? Yeah, I don't know if that is. I don't see a hype button. Yeah, I don't think he sees. I don't think he knows what. I don't even know. And I YouTube every day. I don't know. Never heard of that before. I'll like the stream. Oh, thank you. Well, that is very appreciated. Sorry, I went out inside to get some napkin to wipe away the tears from how funny I was. I hope. Um, I I think it should only be visible on mobile YouTube. I think I've seen a hype button on other. I need to figure that out. Maybe maybe that's what my channel is dead. No one's hyping it. I've away the oil. I've away the oil. Oh, okay. I thought maybe I said something really funny. You needed napkins to take care of it. I'll ask. You know what? I'll ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT hasn't is actually kind of. I know we hate AI and all that, but like I'm gonna. ChatGPT has helped me with Linux immensely. Yeah, I know many streamers are encouraging to use your hype on their stream, and you can only hype 3 times per week. Genny Gomez says I'm back. Nice, thank you. Thank you for coming back. Did you also have an oil spill you had to clean up? Thank you for the cats. Thank you for the dancing cats. I appreciate it. I forgot what we were talking about. Ooh, you know, Mad Hat. I need to look it up. Slip my fan. Thank you for the Mad Hatter. It was mentioned. It was mentioned. I don't know why I've been like mispronouncing words lately. It's the craziest thing. I need to look up the. Okay. Let me look it up. Mad Hatter. Bro. He is? I didn't know that's what that was. I didn't know that's what he was. I need to play the game a little bit more. How tall is he? Maybe I can like shoehorn him into this picture. But yeah, looks like he's like very tall, right? Have to go. See you later. Thank you, Carolina. Thank you. Does he have that hat with a 10/6 on it? Yeah, he has a like a he has a hat, and it says 8. Did you say 8/6? It says 8. There's an 8 on there. I see, and there's a bunch of like symbols on it. But I only see an 8 and some other stuff maybe up above it, but I can't clearly make out what's on there. There's all kinds of symbols, but it's a chess. It's like a chessboard themed hat, if that makes sense. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to draw the maybe him or I don't want to over busy this picture, but or maybe I'll just do another one. I want to play further into the game to like find him, to see how tall he is in relation to her, so to like know if I can shoehorn him in here somehow, if that'll like make sense, or if that'll just be like dumb. But even just drawing him separately would be a good idea. That Mad Hatter's is completely different than the regular Mad Hatter. Wasn't there a? Yeah, he is different. Was the original one? Because I remember, wasn't there like a big rabbit that drank tea? It was that the original Mad Hatter, or are you talking about the original game? Seems like he's got lots of cryptic. Yeah. This one, yeah, this version does. He's got a lot more of that kind of thing going on. The original animated version of Mad Hatter from Disney. The Johnny Depp Mad Hatter has, oh, six. Okay. Well, I wouldn't like. To me, the original would be like it was a book, right? We'd have to go back to the book. I don't even know what the point of. I don't even like really know what the original story was about. 10 6 is the price. Like 6p's. You mean like? Is that like a British thing? Like 6. Oh, 10 shillings, 6 pence. Oh, okay. I thought you meant like. I see. I see. I thought you meant like 6/10 of a shilling, like 6p's or something. Because it has that fraction symbol in there. But I was never good at math, so don't quote me. It's an old monetary system. Yeah. They used the forward dash before they moved towards the decimal point. They used a forward dash before they moved to the decimal point. Oh, really? Yeah, I wouldn't have known that. I would have not. I didn't know that. Future Oil, guys, about Alice in the Wonderland. It's actually kind of creepy. You can look it up, but the author had a bit of a crush on a very, very, very young girl. That's all I'll say. I will say, like, if you look at the overall aesthetic is very unhinged, let's say, to say the least. That's why I'm referencing the game and not the book. No, I'm just kidding. I had no idea who wrote it, but it is weird. It's like a super. If that's true, if what you're saying is true, it is weird that it's such a like a. Everybody knows about Alice in the Wonderland. They at least have heard of Alice in a Wonderland, right? But it is strange how often that kind of thing comes up. There's 12 pennies. Isn't it called peas, or do you guys really call them pennies? Um, or is that more like slang for pennies? Did you guys get rid of your pennies, by the way, or do you guys still have? Because I think we didn't. Hey, Future World, didn't we just get rid of our pennies officially? Like they're not gonna produce them anymore. They're gonna start cycling. They're just not worth producing, I guess. Pennies are not gonna be made anymore. Yeah, that's what I heard. Start saving them up. They'll be worth a lot of money one day. I'm just kidding, I have no idea. Personally, I think it's dumb that they're getting rid of them. I mean, if they're not worth producing anymore, you know what I mean? They're just gonna have to charge you, like, there's not gonna be 98 cents anymore. It's just gonna be increments of 5 cents, right? Or just, honestly, let's just move the decibel, let's just move the 1 decibel point, and then we're good again. Just make every penny 10 pennies, right? And then we can all get, like, a little bit richer, too. Everyone that has $1,000 now has, you know, $10,000 with the magic of math. What was the age difference? Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to ask him. I need to somehow figure out a way to, like, stay away from shading in everything black. It just takes so much time. I need to, like, somehow navigate around that desire. And oftentimes it doesn't make things look better. So... kind of want this gear to be broken, maybe. Have like a broken kind of a gear thing going on. €1 is £1. If I remove a penny, it will be 99p. Oh, I see. So a shilling. So you don't have shillings anymore, right? How would you make it? How would you make, like, how many shillings would you? So you would need, like, you would need wait, let me do the math really quick. You would need 8. You need 8 shillings and 2 p's for one sterling. No, hold on. For one I'm getting lost in the lingo here. Okay, so shilling is 12 pennies. A pound is... This is like one of those shillings or no... Yeah, but if we had to, right? If we had to. So you have shilling. I only have shillings, let's say, and pennies. But I need 1 pound. So 1 pound is 100 pennies. So like 8 times 12 is 96. So I would need 8 shillings and 2 p's, and then you could give me 1 pound. 200 IQ move right there. You're welcome. I say bring the shillings back. Also, from now on, companies can never say they're under $100 for not. Yeah, but they can do 1995 though, or yeah, 1990, 99.95, right? It's gonna go in increments of 5 now. Do you not know the age difference? He was just all again. He only knows that there was an age difference. He doesn't know. He was in love with it. Yeah, we don't know. That's just we don't know. But that's the rumor. Yeah, you'd have to Google it. I'm sure the information's out there. So the Mad Hatter's hat was half a guana. Am I saying it? I think I'm saying it wrong. Yes, I think she was like 10. You're putting a damper in my picture, because now I'm thinking about that as I'm drawing this. I thought I was referencing a cool video game that with a neat artwork, and now you're making me think that it has associations with all that. Sorry, I didn't find out either until I was in my 30s. Another creepy one is Peter Pan. Yeah, that one seemed that one seemed off. Even like when I would the Disney cartoon seemed like the whole Peter Pan thing. My eyebrow was raised. Hmm. I could do like steam coming out of these things. I could draw like more of them down here, kind of like. Uh. Sorry guys, lol. Pinocchio also with abducting children. I thought Pinocchio was a fake. Yeah, I don't know about Pinocchio. I thought Pinocchio was just like his nose grew and he was made out of. I don't. He wanted to be a real boy, right, or something like that. I don't know. Are you saying like the people, like you're saying it was a metaphor for that, or you're saying like it has something to do? I don't know. I've never heard any of this. I didn't do like deep dives in any of these kind of stories, but anyway, I'm gonna go take a break. I'm at 5 hours. I'm gonna go feed myself and the dog and all that, but I'll be back tomorrow to continue this. And I'm gonna think more about what I want to do here with objects and stuff. It's wild. Yeah, it's wild. But anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. We'll probably feels like it's gonna be a 4 or 5 streamer kind of a picture. There's a lot to it. Anyway, I'll play the game and see if I want to add in more other stuff from the game into here. Carol was fascinated by the 3 sisters because they were all very photogenic and charismatic. Tate added, at the time, the writer was also highly regarded for his revolutionary photographic techniques. Found it was 3 sister. Yeah, I don't even know. Slipknot fan. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of here. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Gotta find the mouse again.